that ye do is right, if so be that ye enjoy it. And I believe
John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago Mayor, vote for come. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago and Chicago. Mayor, vote for come. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago, Chicago. Mayor, vote for come. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago in Chicago. Mayor, vote for come. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago Mayor, vote for come. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2026. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago Mayor. Vote for come.
John Kitover for Chicago Mayor Clem. Pretty said it. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago Mayor. Vote for come. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor Clem. Pretty said it. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago Mayor. Vote for come. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor Cranny said it. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago Mayor. Vote for come. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 27. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago Mayor. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 27. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago Mayor. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 22nd. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago Mayor.
Kitover for Chicago Mayor Train System. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Barefoot.com. John Kitover. John Kitover. John Kitover. John Kitover. John Kitover. Barefoot.com. John Kitover. Chicago Mayor Trip 27. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong. He reaches, joins the little Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago for Chicagoans. Bearbird.com. John Kitover. Bearbird.com. John Kitover for Chicagoans. Sibella. John is encouraging, fluid, joyful, reliable, strong. Courageous, Italian, deliberate. Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago for Chicagoans. Mayorvote.com.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a frown. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony nonprofits. The C2 is a mafia propaganda organization. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony nonprofits. The CTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony nonprofits. The CTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Lost $1 billion to give to Tony Known. Profits to C2 is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Boss wasn't being given to Tony Known. Profits to C2 is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Boss $1 billion to give to Tony Known. Profits to C2 is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the
What's the main Bible, man? Oh, is he fat? No, he's fat. That's the man.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Something rebuilding to give the crony non-profits. The CTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is dead. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $3 billion to give to crony nonprofits. The CTU is a mafia propaganda. Organization of foreign money is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books. Transparency. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $3 billion to give to crony non-profits. The C2 is a mafia propaganda organization. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books. Transparency now. Public spending tracker. No! Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialist or taxologist, all taxation is theft. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony non-profits. The CTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialists or taxologists. All taxation is theft. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows almost 1 billion to give to crony now. Numbers I see too is a mafia propaganda organization. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Johnson is a scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist, a tax colleges, all taxation is bad. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson. Chicago Mayor Brandon is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows 1 billion. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Boris Johnson is a mafia propaganda organization. Accountability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist, a taxologist. All taxation is bad. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows 1 billion to give to crony none. Profits the CTU is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency. Oh, public spending tracker. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Oh, Brandon Johnson is the scam. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Oh, reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist, a taxologist. All taxation is there. Oh, Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a Chicago mayor. Borrows 1-3 billion to give to crony none. Profits to see to you is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency. Now, public spending tracker. Now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Oh. Brandon Johnson is the scam.
Brandon Johnson is the scam.
Yeah. Liberation slogan that sleeves is a scam. It's a black tax, socialist, a taxologist, all taxation is theft. Oh. Chicago mayor.
Brandon Johnson is a scam.
Chicago mayor.
Brandon Johnson is a scam.
Chicago mayor.
Brandon Johnson is a scam.
Chicago mayor.
Chicago mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows 1-3 billion to give to crony non. Profits to see to you is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency. Brandon's translation. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax, socialist, a taxologist. All taxation is that affordability is a scam. Chicago mayor Brandon Johnson is a tard. Chicago mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows 1-3 billion to give to crony non. Profits to CTU is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Open the books, transparency. Public spending tracker. Brendan Johnson is a tax. Brendan Johnson is a scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax, socialist attack, sologist, all taxation is not affordability, it's a scam. City bills on the kitchen table, red ink, same name on the label. You call it fair share, I call it a shakedown. Smile on the podium, hand in the playground. 1-1-3 in the dark, who's counting? Crummies lined up, hand out, all pouting. CTU speech like a script from a play. Kids use this props while you cash that pay. Brendan Johnson is a tax. Every paycheck under attack. You don't care, but you raid our backs. Scam in a suit, that's a fact. Brendan Johnson is a tax. Hey, say it how we want it back. Open the books, track every stack. Brendan Johnson is the tax. Affordability, just a slogan on a flyer. Rents climb higher while you call me a denier. You brand every critic an enemy of hope while families do the math and can't call criminal math. Photo be spent quiet, friends get fat, streets still riot. You promised light, just gave a spin. We're paying now, you're cashing in. Brendan Johnson is a tax. Every paycheck under attack. You don't care, but you raid our backs. Scam in a suit, that's a fact. Brendan Johnson is a tax. Oh, transparency, we want the facts. Public spending on public tracks. Brendan Johnson is the tax. Open the books, line by line. Who got rich on every line? Open the books, count each time. If it's all so clean, why hide the line? Brendan Johnson is the tax. Brendan Johnson is the tax. Every paycheck under attack. You don't care, but you raid our backs. Scam in a suit, that's a fact. Brendan Johnson is the tax. Hey, transparency, we want the facts. Public spending track on blast. Brendan Johnson is the tax. City bills on the kitchen table, red ink, same name on the label. You call it fair share, I call it a shakedown. Smile on the podium, hand in the playground. 1-3 in the dark, who's counting? Cronies lined up, hands out, all pouting. CTU speaks like a script from a play. Kids use this props while you cash that pay. Brendan Johnson is the tax. Every paycheck under attack. You talk here, but you raid our backs. Scam in a suit, that's a fact. Brendan Johnson is the tax. Say it loud, we want it back. Up in the books, track every stack. Brendan Johnson is the tax. Yeah. Woo. Affordability, just a slogan on a flyer. Rents climb higher while you call me a denier. You brand every critic an enemy of hope while families do the math and can't cut. Criminal math, moral basement, quiet. Friends get fat, streets still riot. You promised light, just gave us bad. We're paying out, you cash it in. Brendan Johnson is the tax. Every paycheck under attack. You talk Johnson is the tax. Open the box. Lie by lie. Oh God, rich. Every fight. Open the box. Count each time if it's also clean. Why hide the lie? Brandon Johnson is the tax. Every paycheck of your return. You thought yeah, but you paid up back. Scary to sue, that's a fact. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Transparency, we want the facts. Public spending tracker on blast. Brandon Johnson is the tax.
All that ye do is right, if so be that ye enjoy it. 10, I am come against sorrow, against weariness, against them that seek to enslave you. 11, I pour you lustral wine, that giveth you delight both at the sunset and the dawn. 12, come with me, and I will give you all that is desirable upon the earth. 13, because I give you that of which earth and its joys are but as shadows. 14, they flee away, but my joy abideth even unto the end. 15, I have hidden myself beneath a mask. I am a black and terrible God. 16, with courage conquering fear shall ye approach me. Ye shall lay down your hands upon mine altar, expecting the sleep of the sun. 17, but the first kiss of love shall be radiant on your lips, and all my darkness and terror shall turn to light and joy. 18, only those who fear shall fail, those who have bent their backs to the yoke of slavery, until they can no longer stand upright, then will I despise. 19, but you have defied the law, you who have conquered my subtlety or force, you will I take unto me, even I will take you unto me. 20, I ask you to sacrifice nothing at mine altar. I am the God who giveth all.
But you who have defied the law, you who have conquered by subtlety, or force, or force, or force, I am the God who giveth all. 21 light, life, love, force, fantasy, fire. These do I bring you. Mine hands are full of these. 20. There is joy in the setting out. There is joy in the journey. There is joy in the goal. 23. Only if ye are sorrowful, or weary, or angry, or discomfited, then ye may know that ye have lost the golden thread. The thread where guides you to the heart of the groves of Eleusis. My disciples are proud and beautiful. They are strong and swift. They rule their way like mighty conquerors. 25. Or angry, the timid, the imperfect, the cowardly, the poor, the tearful. These are mine enemies, and I am come to destroy them. 28. This also is compassion, an end to the sickness of earth, a rooting out of the weeds, a watering of the flowers. 21. O my children, ye are more beautiful than the flowers. Ye must not fade in your season. 28. I love you. I would sprinkle you with the divine dew of immortality. This immortality is no vain hope beyond the grave. I offer you the certain consciousness of bliss. 30, I offer it at once on earth. Before an hour hath struck upon the bell, ye shall be with me in the abodes that are beyond decay. 20. I offer it to the roots on earth. Before an hour hath struck upon the bell, ye shall be with me in the abodes that are beyond decay. 20. I offer it at once on earth. Before an hour hath struck upon the bell, ye shall be with me in the abodes that are beyond decay. 31 also I give you power earthly and joy earthly, wealth and health and length of days. Adoration and love shall cling to your feet and twine around your heart. 32 only your mouths shall drink of a delicious wine, the wine of Iacchus. They shall reach ever to the heavenly kiss of the beautiful God. 33 I reveal unto you a great mystery. Ye stand between the abyss of height and the abyss of depth. 34 a night awaits you a companion, and that companion is yourself. 35 ye can have no other companion. 36 many have arisen, being wise, they have said, seek out the glittering image in the place ever golden and unite yourselves with it. 37 many have arisen, being foolish, they have said, stoop down unto the darkly splendid world and be wedded to that blind creature of the slime. 38 at I who am beyond wisdom and folly arise and say unto you, achieve both weddings, unite yourselves with both. 39 beware, beware, I say, lest ye seek after the one and lose the other. 40 my adepts stand upright, their head above the heavens, their feet below the hells.
Only your mouth shall drink of a delicious wine, the wine of Iacchus. They shall reach ever to the heavenly kiss of the beautiful God. 33 I reveal unto you a great mystery. Ye stand between the abyss of heights and the abyss of depth. 34 awaits your companion, and that companion is yourself. 35, you can have no other companion. 35. Many have arisen, being wise. They have said, seek out the glittering image in the place ever golden, and unite yourselves with it. 37 many have arisen, being foolish. They have said, stoop down unto the darkly splendid world and be wedded to that blind creature of the slime. 38 I will beyond wisdom and folly arise and say unto you, achieve both weddings, unite yourself with both. 39, beware, beware! I say, lest ye seek after the one and lose the other! iota to the angel, another to the demon. Let the first strengthen the lower link, the last attach more firmly to the higher. 42, thus shall equilibrium become perfect. I will aid my disciples as fast as they acquire this balance, power, and joy. So faster will I push them. 43. They shall in their turn speak from his invisible throne. Their words shall illumine the world. 44. They shall be masters of majesty and might. They shall be beautiful and joyous. They shall be clothed with victory and splendor. They shall stand upon the firm foundation. The kingdom shall be theirs. The kingdom shall be theirs.
Only your mouths shall drink of a delicious wine, the wine of Iacchus. They shall reach ever to the heavenly kiss of the beautiful God. 33. I reveal unto you a great mystery. Ye stand between the abyss of height and the abyss of death.
Tyranner control of thought. Constrain the mind to concentrate itself upon a single simple object imagined. The 5 tatwas are useful for this purpose. They are a black oval, a blue disc, a silver crescent, a yellow square, a red triangle. Proceed to combinations of simple objects, e.g. a black oval within a yellow square, and so on.
Hello!
Objects such as a pendulum swinging, a wheel revolving, and 5 living objects. Proceed to combinations of moving objects, e.g. a piston rising and falling while a pendulum is swinging. The relationship should be varied in different experiments, or even a system of flywheels, eccentrics, and governors. During these practices, the mind must be absolutely confined to the object determined upon. No other thought must be allowed to intrude upon the consciousness. The moving systems must be regular and harmonious. Note carefully the duration of the experiments, the number and nature of the intruding thoughts, the tendency of the object itself to depart from the course laid out for it, and any other phenomena which may present themselves. Avoid overstrain.
This is very important.
Hello? Hello? I got pictures of y'all's pussy for sale. $10 a pussy pic. $10 a titty. Y'all's pussy pics are for sale. Hello? Who wants a pussy pic of y'all? It's not much to look at.
Watermelon rainbow. Watermelon rainbow.
Name of this song is Watermelon Rainbow.
Blue and orange.
Blue and orange haze.
Blue and orange.
Blue and orange haze.
Blue and orange.
Blue and orange haze.
Catch me neon futures.
Catch it in future. Neon future. Catch it in future. What the fuck happened to that room, guys? It was going so well. We were having so much fun. The Night King, the NFR, Yael, Michelle. It was going so great. What happened? Hello?
There was a powerful rush.
Lhotse and Siddhartha and Krishna and Tahuti, Moshe, Dionysus, Mohammed and Megatherion, with these also Hermes, Pan, Priapus, Osiris and Melchizedek, Chem and Amaun and Mentu, Heracles, Orpheus and Odysseus with Virgilius, Catullus, Martialis, Rabelais, Swinburne and many an holy bard, Apollonius, Tianius, Simon Magus, Manes, Pythagoras, Basilidoides, Valentinus, Bardesines and Hippolytus, that transmitted the light of the Gnosis to us, their successors and their heirs, with Merlin Arthur, Camerate Parzival, and many another, Priya A. Pater Plenteous Sin, Vet, priest and king, that bore the lance and cup, the sword and disc, against the heathen, and these also, Carolus Magnus and his paladins, with William of Shiren, Frederick of Hohenstaufen, Roger Bacon, Jacobus Bernardus Smolensis the Martyr, Christian Rosenkreutz, Ulrich von Hutten, Paracelsus, Montemir, Roderick Borgia Poe, Alexander VI, Jacob Boehme, Francis Bacon, Lord Verulam, Andrea Robertus de Fluctibus, Johannes D. Sir Edward Kelly, Thomas Vaughan, Elias Ashmole, Molinos, Adam Weishaupt, Wolfgang von Goethe, Ludovicus, Rex Baveri, Richard Wagner, Alphonse Louis Constant, Friedrich Nietzsche, Hargrave Jennings, Carl Kellner, Forlong Dux, Sir Richard Payne Knight, Paul Galton, Sir Richard Francis Burton, Dr. Gerard and Kelsey, Dr. Theodore Ross, and Sir Alistair Crowley, O sons of the Lion and the Snake! With all thy saints we worthily compromise and worthy that were, and are to come! May their essence be held present, potent, puissant, and paternal to perfect this feat.
Look who it
Madame
is!
Blavatsky.
This horse in a human organism is called Kundalini, the serpent's power.
There are any number of systems which attempt to tell unwary students how to awaken the sleeping. Kundalini. They are too often successful, and the results of their misguided efforts are human wrecks and derelicts, people driven to madness and obsession. For the fact is that Kundalini is a real force, and is as powerful in destruction as it is in integration. Every person automatically receives the instruction he needs to awaken. Kundalini. When the time comes for that awakening, in the meantime, listen to no one who tells you that he can help you to unfold powers by setting the serpent force in action. Such practices are the most dangerous known to man. The proper way to prepare yourself for the time when you can do such a thing safely is to learn how to control your body, your mind, and your emotions. When you have done this, you will know what your next step is to be. Kundalini is not a force to be feared. You really use it every day of your life. But you use it naturally and without giving it conscious attention. For even in its latent state, it is the force behind your activities. It is automatically controlled by subconsciousness. Subconsciousness is the woman in Kiev, and she has the lion in complete control, because tarot works by giving suggestions. To subconsciousness it works automatically towards the expansion of consciousness that makes for an ever greater control over continually increasing powers of personality. The other symbolism in this key has been explained elsewhere. 9! The Hermit! The Hermit represents the one identity. Or I am, he represents the consciousness of the man who has attained enlightenment. And he stands upon the mountain peaks as a light bearer for those below him on the path. He is solitary, alone. This symbolism points to the fact that in reality, the central self of every one of us, which seems to us to be separate from every other self, is that same one identity. Because this key represents the one identity, it also symbolizes will, since the manifested universe came into being by an act of the primal will of the one identity. The Hermit's grey robe, by its color, symbolizes the of all of the pairs of opposites in manifestation by each other. Because opposite colors mixed equally produce gray. The star corresponds to will. A archetypal world. He stands in darkness. Because what is behind our personifications of the supreme reality is dark and incomprehensible to our intellects. Yet he carries the golden six-rayed light, symbolizing cosmic principles and laws as our consciousness awakens to the understanding of these laws. Madame Blavatsky called void. This force in the human organism is called Kundalini, the serpent power. There are any number of systems which attempt to tell unwary students how to awaken the sleeping Kundalini. They are too often successful, and the results of their misguided efforts are human wrecks and derelicts. People driven to madness and obsession. For the fact is that Kundalini is a real force and is as powerful in destruction as it is in integration. Every person automatically receives the instruction he needs to awaken. Kundalini, when the time comes for that awakening, listen to no one who tells you that he can help you to unfold powers by setting the serpent force in action. Such practices are the most dangerous known to man. The proper way to prepare yourself for the time when you can do such a thing safely is to learn how to control your body, your mind, and your emotions. When you have done this, you will know what your next step is to be. Kundalini is not a force to be feared. You really use it every day of your life, but you use it naturally and without giving it conscious attention. For even in its latent state, it is the force behind your activities. It is automatically controlled by subconsciousness. Subconsciousness is the woman in K8, and she has the lion in complete control. Because Tarot works by giving suggestions to subconsciousness. It works automatically towards the expansion of consciousness that makes for an ever greater control over continually increasing powers of personality. The other symbolism in this key has been explained elsewhere. 9. The Hermit. The Hermit represents the one identity. For I am, he represents the consciousness of the man who has attained enlightenment. And he stands upon the mountain peaks as a light bearer for those below him on the path. He is solitary, alone. This symbolism points to the that in reality, the central self of every one of us, which seems to us to be separate from every other self, is that same one identity. Because this key represents the one identity. It also symbolizes, since the manifested universe came into being by an act of the primal will of the one identity. The hermit's gray robe by its color symbolizes the notionalization of all of the pairs of opposites in manifestation by each other. Because opposite colors mixed equally produce gray. The staff corresponds to will and the archetypal world. He stands in darkness because what is behind our personifications of the supreme? Reality is dark and incomprehensible to our intellects, yet he carries the golden six-rayed light, symbolizing cosmic principles and laws. As our consciousness awakens to the understanding of these laws.
I can't wait to post more. Take care now.
The darkness recedes
Don't bother texting me.
as the light shines more brightly, until at last we find ourselves upon the height to which we now aspire.
Patrick Gibbons,
10.
Chicago activist.
The Wheel of Fortune.
Called today, left a voicemail, said we're friends, despite the fact that
Rotation is the key word assigned to the Wheel of Fortune. This is closely related to such ideas as spinning, circulation, rolling, whirling,
sometime in the future, we
wheeling,
can now express right.
What is meant here is that the symbology of this key refers to the initial whirling motion in the vast expanse of the root substance of the universe, which occultists call the limitless light. Differentiations of this primary motion, because all changes in form or quality on every plane. The title refers to the attribution to this key of the pair of opposites, wealth and poverty. The rewarding intelligence is attributed to it, and the planet Jupiter, which is called in astrology the greater fortune, and is stated to have tremendous influence for
Necro, I wish I never gave that guy any money. This is Chicago mayoral candidate John Kitover. Here is a voicemail from Patrick Gibbons, a Chicago activist.
Hey, John, this is Patrick Gibbons. This is my phone number, 773-412-9704. Again.
I think that's going to work that well like that. This is Chicago mayoral candidate John Kitover. I got a threatening voicemail from Patrick Gibbons, a Chicago activist.
773-412-9704. I'm calling you. We always had a good relationship, you and me. Friendship, we did.
Never
we
met
still
him.
do.
Never
The
met him.
reason why, and I'll be very forward with you, that I said the things online about you, and I did take them down. Every post of you is taken down. Every one. That's the God's truth. Everyone's taken down. And it's because you shared that video from Ramona. That video is slander. It's malicious. She did it because she's not mentally well. Okay? In response to it, I have 5 police reports on her for domestic abuse. I have.
As if I give a fuck about any of this. Why is some guy randomly calling me to tell me about his domestic issues.
I have a restraining order on her in 2023.
Wow,
for domestic
great.
abuse 'cause she
So
attacked me with a
happy and
hammer.
proud for
Now, all
you.
this stuff, John, doesn't mean shit probably, but it's all going to come out. The video needs to be down. Any bad post of me from you needs to be down too. Because, you know, I've never ever hustled you for money. And it's thousands of dollars. Let's be honest with each other. I never did.
Really?
I was always a straight egg with you, right? So, as a gentleman, because I took everything down for you that I said about you, can you please take everything down you said about me? On all your accounts, on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter. As far as Maxwell Rice goes, if he doesn't take it down eventually, then you know what? The secret of Ramona is going to be all out anyways. And my attorney will tell him to take it down because it's slanderous. The only physical abuse is on Ramona's side to me. And I can prove that very easily. I just wish Max was a gentleman to take everything down because if he were to do that, I'll take everything down on him. Because I'm telling the truth. Can you please take everything down? Give me a call when you can. Bye.
All right, that's Patrick Gibbons, a local Chicago activist. This is John Kitover, Chicago mayoral candidate, responding to a recent threat. He's saying that as for you, sir, me nor Mr. Abazi is your friend. You will find this out sometime in the near future. Pat, that's how Pat Gibbons does business. This is Chicago mayoral candidate John Kitover. Go to chicagomayorvote.com. So this is Chicago mayoral candidate John Kitover. I got a threatening voicemail from Patrick Gibbons. candidate John Kitover. I got a threatening voicemail from Patrick Gibbons, a Chicago activist.
773-412-9704. I'm calling you.
Doesn't get any better for you. But don't bother texting me back. Good night and good luck. Looking forward to your future threat from my non-friends. Take care now. Patrick Gibbons, a Chicago activist, political communication consultant, and Chicago Police Accountability Board candidate, left me a threatening voicemail and text message today. John Kitover, Chicago mayoral candidate. Barry Alpha. This is Chicago mayoral candidate John Kitover. I got a threatening voicemail from Patrick Gibbons.
The chances of you seeing this YouTube short are super rare. There's over 100 million.
The God who giveth all.
Patrick Gibbons, a Chicago activist, political communication consultant, and Chicago Police Accountability, left me a threatening voicemail and text message today. John Kitover, Chicago mayor. Mr. Kitover, my difference for you. Any harassment is not wanted. It's for you, sir. Me and Mr. Buzzy, your friend. You'll find this out sometime in the near future. Patrick Gibbons, the Chicago activist, called me today, left me a voicemail, and said we were friends. Despite the fact that I've never met him, I've been solicited by him, I've been defamed and slandered by him, and now I've been reminded he is not my friend, nor is Perry Alpha. However, I will let Perry Alpha speak for himself. Sometime in the near future, I cannot expect a threat. Here we go.
Prosperity and all benefits when well placed in a horoscope. Are the cherubs mentioned in Ezekiel and Revelation? They represent the 4 fixed signs of the zodiac. The wheel itself is the symbol of the whole cycle of cosmic expression, whose movement suggests vibration, represents the evolution of the cosmic radiant energy, or full hat into matter. The jackal-headed homonymous represents the evolution of consciousness from lower forms to higher. Finally, the Sphinx typifies the real self of man. I finished its evolution at each higher in this cycle of manifestation. 11. Justice. This key is the center of the tarot pack. It stands for equilibrium, balance, etc., symbolized by the title and the scales. These also symbolize the Hindu doctrine of karma, which literally means action or work. It manifests itself in the form of a law of undeviating justice. This doctrine is expressed in the Judeo-Christian dictum, as a man soweth, so shall he also reap. In physics it is stated that every action has an equal and opposite reaction. It is the entire appearance of cause-effect. The 2 curtains, suggesting duality, represent balance by their symmetrical arrangements. The throne repeats the pillar and veils symbolism of key 2. The circle and square on the front of the crown refer to the movement of spirit within material forms. The sword represents discrimination, which is closely allied to the idea of justice. will be well rewarded for your effort.
The darkness recedes as the light shines more brightly, until at last we find ourselves upon the heights to which we now aspire. 10. The Wheel of Fortune is the key word assigned to the Wheel of Fortune, related to such ideas as spinning, circulation, rolling, whirling, wheeling, ether. What is meant here is that the symbology of this key refers to the initial whirling motion in the vast expanse of the root substance of the universe, which occultists call the limitless light. Differentiations of this primary motion cause all changes in form or quality on every plane. The title refers to the attribution to this key of the pair of opposites, wealth and cavity. The rewarding intelligence is attributed to it, and the planet Jupiter, which is called in astrology the greater fortune, and is stated to have tremendous influence for prosperity and all benefits when well placed in a horoscope. The cherubic emblems are the cherubs mentioned in Ezekiel and Revelation. They represent the 4 fixed signs of the zodiac. The wheel itself is the symbol of the whole cycle of cosmic expression. The yellow serpent, whose movement suggests vibration, represents the involution of the cosmic radiant energy, or Fohat, into matter. The jackal-headed Harmonibus represents the evolution of consciousness from lower forms to higher. Finally, the Sphinx typifies the real self of man, having finished its evolutionary journey in this cycle of manifestation. Justice! This is the center of the Tower of Man. It stands for equilibrium, and its center, symbolized by the title and the scales. These also symbolize the Hindu doctrine of karma, which literally means action or work. It manifests itself in the form of a law, mediating justice. This doctrine is expressed in the Judeo-Christian dictum as a man soweth, so shall he also reap. In physics, it is stated that every action has an equal and opposite reaction. It is the entire appearance of cause-effect. The 2 curtains, suggesting duality, represent balance by their symmetrical arrangement. The throne repeats the pillar and veil symbolism of key 2. The circle and square on the front of the crown refer to the movement of spirit within material forms. The sword represents discrimination, which is closely allied to the idea
This is Chicago Mayor Canada John
justice. Key 11 is the agency through which all of the forces, represented by keys 1 to 10, are transferred to the manifesting powers, represented by keys 12 to 21. This cryptic statement deserves a great deal of thought upon your part. You will be well rewarded for your effort.
Force manifests itself. The little dog symbolizes the intellect, the merely reasoning mind. He is a faithful companion, but must have a master.
The magician.
The title refers to man as the director of the force by which he transforms his consciousness and reaches the stage known to occultists as initiation. The number 1, which is geometrically symbolized as a point, means concentration, attention, a limiting of the field of activity. This refers to the practice which is absolutely indispensable to all aspirants for truth. Until you have learned how to concentrate, you cannot perform the great work. Study this key carefully, and it will help you to learn to concentrate, for its symbolism was created to that end. The roses of the arbor symbolize desire, and it has been wisely said that desire is the motivation of evolution.
The central figure, by his posture, clearly indicates that he draws power from above.
This is a central point of occult doctrine, because you cannot even begin to use the subtler forces of nature until you realize that you do nothing of yourself, but simply act as a channel through which the life force expresses itself. His uplifted wand is a symbol of his ability to direct the natural forces with which he works. Also of the Hermetic axiom, that which is above is as that which is below. The horizontal 8 represents dominion, strength, and control, and is also the mathematical sign of infinity. The magician's left hand points to the ground in the gesture of concentration. The black hair bound with a white band symbolizes the limitation of ignorance by knowledge. The red rose is action and desire. The white undergarment, symbolizing wisdom, is encircled with the serpent of eternity. The table is the field of attention, which is the workbench of the magician. The implements are the wand, cup, sword, and tentacle. They represent fire, water, air, and earth. Also will, imagination, action, and physical embodiment. The garden is the subconscious mind which is cultivated by the acts of attention of the self-conscious mind. From this garden spring all of the powers of self-consciousness. Lilies, because they are white and six-petaled, represent the abstract perception of truth, as well as the cosmic laws and principles by which the universe is sustained.
Too bad we couldn't do
The astrological attribution of Kitover is the moon. The moon is a reflector of sunlight, and thus is a symbol of reflection, duplication, and like ideas, the crescent moon is cup-shaped. Force manifests itself. The little dog symbolizes the intellect, the merely reasoning mind. He is a faithful companion, but must have a master.
The magician.
The title refers to man as the director of the force, by which he transforms his consciousness and reaches the stage known to occultists
as initiation. The number 1, which is geometrically symbolized as a point, means concentration, attention, a limiting of the field of activity. This refers to the practice, which is absolutely indispensable to all aspirants for truth. Until you have learned how to concentrate, you cannot perform the great work. Study this key carefully, and it will help you to learn to concentrate, for its symbolism was created to that end. The roses of the arbor symbolize desire, and it has been wisely said that desire is the motivation of evolution. The central figure, by his posture, clearly indicates that he draws power from above. This is a central point of occultic doctrine, because you cannot even begin to use the subtler forces of nature until you realize that you do nothing of yourself, but simply act as a channel through which the life force expresses itself. His uplifted wand is a symbol of his ability to direct the natural forces with which he works. Also of the Hermetic axiom, that which is above is as that which is below. The horizontal 8 represents dominion, strength, and control, and is also the mathematical sign of infinity. The magician's left hand points to the ground in the gesture of concentration. The black hair bound with a white band symbolizes the limitation of ignorance by knowledge. The red rose is action and desire. The white undergarment, symbolizing wisdom, is encircled with the serpent of eternity. The table is the field of attention, which is the workbench of the magician. The implants are the wand, cup, sword, and pentacle. They represent fire, water, air, and earth. Also will, imagination, action, and physical embodiment. The garden is the subconscious mind, which is cultivated by the acts of attention of the self-conscious mind. From this garden spring all of the powers of subconsciousness. Lilies, because they are white and six-petaled, represent the abstract perception of truth, as well as the cosmic laws and principles by which the universe is sustained. To the high priestess. The astrological attribution of Key 2 is the moon. The moon is a reflector of sunlight, and thus is a symbol of reflection, duplication, as in a mirror, and ideas. The crescent moon is cup-shaped and
I am the charioteer of the east, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. Oh, ye two divine hooks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe. Yea, who company the beer to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of Ra, advancing onwards to the heights of Lord of the stream which the center of the earth. Behold, he is in thee, and I am. Mine is the radiance where it down floateth over the I travel upon high, I tread upon the firmament of new. I raise a flashing flame with the lightning of mine own. Ever rushing on in the splendor of the daily glory. Fire, giving my life to the flowers of if I say, come up upon the mountains, the celestial waters shall float my word, for I am running Kitover created in the flesh. I am the eidolon of my father Timu, Lord of the city of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth, and the God sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day. Desire of my heart realizes itself as that of Pata when he created. I am eternal, therefore all things are as my designs. Therefore do all things obey my word. Therefore do not come forth unto me from thine abode in the silence. I utter all wisdom, all light, all power, faculties, Mercury, by whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art.
Mine is the head of the hawk. Abrahadabra. And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light.
Abrahadabra.
Giving the sign at each Abrahadabra.
Remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the Vast One, might be thee.
Abrahadabra. The adoration. Impromptu. Closed by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
The letters around the rim are Enochian letters, facing outward in the illustration, including the corner letters facing toward the outer point of each corner. The two overlapping equilateral triangles shown in the interior of the figure are composed of thin, solid lines and somewhat closer in their bases to the top and bottom of the square than shown here. In the illustration, the base angles touch the fourth edge letter from the corner of each. The rectangular grid with enough in the center of the diagram has been adjusted to align with the letters of the original illustration. This rectangular grid has its corners overlapping the lines defining the hexagon in the original illustration. There are 7 small devices, 5 squares and 2 circles symmetrically arranged in the pattern of a 7-pointed star with point upward. There is no actual 7-pointed star drawn. These devices are all oriented to be viewed from the center of the figure. Their size is about that of 3 edge divisions vertically and horizontally, and their text would be at right angles to any straight line that might be drawn from the center of the figure. These devices have been represented by the numbers 1 through 7 in the approximation above. They are separately approximated below. Not to scale.
following text is between the points of the pentagram. Starting at upper right, the words below are arced in a circle. To a point and another from top clockwise. C, M, S, and C. Last! The inverted pentagonal void! The pentagram contains the following!
The shock stone. A crystal which Dee alleged to have been brought to him by angels, was then placed upon this table, and the principal result of the ceremonial scrying of Sir Edward Kelly is the obtaining of the following diagrams, plates, viewing.
He symbolized the fourth dimensional universe in 2 dimensions as a square,
surrounded by 30 concentric circles,
maybe thy fears or
whose radii increased in a geometrical proportion. The sides of the square are the 4 great watchtowers,
which are attributed to the elements.
There's also a black cross, central tablet according to the arrangement shewn. Compare the black cross bordering the tablets in plate A with plate B.
Prefigures the general view.
Plate 4 gives the complete attribution of the tablet of air. The 6th file is called Linea Patris. The 7th file is called Linea Filii. The 7th line is called Linea Spiritus Sancti. This great cross divides the tablet into 4 lesser tablets, the left-hand top corner being air of air, the right-hand top corner, water of air, the left-hand bottom corner, earth of air, the remaining corner, fire of air. Each of these lesser tablets contains a Calvary cross of 10 squares. which governs it. Plates V, VI, and VII are similar for the other elements. This is the way in which the names are drawn from the great tablets. The Gnostic Catholic Church, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Ghost, the Order of the Illuminati, the Order of the Temple, Knights Templar, the Order of the Knights of St. John, the Order of the Knights of Mountain, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre, the Hidden Church of the Holy Grail, the Hermetic Brotherhood of Light, the Holy Order of Rosecreeks and Hidden, the Order of the Holy Royal Arched Cloak, the Ancient Antelic Rites of Mystery, the Rites of Mystery, the Rites of Mystery, the Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite of Masonry, the Swedenborgian Love of Masonry, the Order of the Martinists,
Chicago speaking.
the Order of the Sapphire, and many other orders of equal merit, if of less fame.
My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night.
This is Chicago American, John Kitover. I got a threatening
I'm off
voice
the
now from
hidden
Patrick
sea.
Gibbons in Chicago back to
I
the
sharpen up the dream.
Always had a good relationship with me. Friendship, yeah.
The case is cold but clear. I'm waiting long here.
Why does Agamemnon in the Odyssey
So let
always
it
deliver behind his face back to him?
come
His
around
actor
like a
and face
gift
softy may have given us the answer. In the Odyssey,
I want the
Agamemnon's helmet is completely different
scales
from
to
everyone else's.
sing on the
Each
edge
of
of
their characters' faces can still be seen, but
everything.
Agamemnon's
To
helmet
make the punishment fit the
keeps
crime.
his face in. It is only after the very
Fit the
Make the punishment fit the crime. My object of sublime shall achieve in time. You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the gale kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object of sublime I shall achieve in time. And if I'm wrong, but I have held on long to the shape of what was lost, to the price, to the cost, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object of sublime I shall achieve in time.
All that ye do is right, if so be that ye enjoy it. 10, I am come against sorrow, against weariness, against them that seek to enslave you. 11, I pour you lustral wine, that giveth you delight both at the sunset and the dawn. 12, come and I will give you all that is desirable upon the earth. 13, because I give you that of which earth and its joys are but a shadow. 14, they flee away, but my joy abideth even unto the end. 15, I have hidden myself beneath a mask. I am a black and terrible God. 16, with courage conquering fear shall ye approach me. Ye shall lay down your hands upon mine altar, expecting the the sweet of the sun. 17, that the first kiss of love shall be radiant on your lips, and all my darkness and terror shall turn to light and joy. 18, only those who fear shall fail, those who have bent their backs to the yoke of slavery, until they can no longer stand upright, then will I But you who have defied the law, you who have conquered my subtlety or force, you will I take unto me, even I will take you unto me. 20, I ask you to sacrifice nothing at mine altar. I am the God who giveth
But you who have defied the law, you who have conquered by subtlety, or force, I am the God who giveth all. 21 light, life, love, force, fantasy, fire. These do I bring you. Mine hands are full of these. 20. There is joy in the setting out. There is joy in the journey. There is joy in the goal. 23. Only if ye are sorrowful, or weary, or angry, or discomfited, then ye may know that ye have lost the golden thread, the thread where thy guide used his heart in the groves of Eleusis. My disciples are proud and beautiful. They are strong and swift. They rule their way like mighty conquerors. 25. Or angry, the timid, the imperfect, the cowardly, the poor, the tearful. These are mine enemies, and I am come to destroy them. 20. This also is compassion, an end to the sickness of earth, a rooting out of the weeds, a watering of the flowers. 21. O my children, ye are more beautiful than the flowers. Ye must not fade in your season. 28. I love you. I would sprinkle you with the divine dew of immortality. This immortality is no vain hope beyond the grave. I offer you the certain consciousness of bliss. 30, I offer it at once on earth. Before an hour hath struck upon the bell, ye shall be with me in the abodes that are beyond decay. 20. I offer it in roots on earth. Before an hour hath struck upon the bell, Ye shall be with me in the abodes that are beyond decay.
Major songs.
I offered it once on earth. Before an hour hath struck upon the bell, ye shall be with me in the abodes that are beyond decay. So I give you power earthly and joy earthly, wealth and health and length of days. Adoration and love shall cling to your feet and twine around your heart. 32 only your mouths shall drink of a delicious wine, the wine of Iacchus. They shall reach ever to the heavenly kiss of the beautiful God. 33 I reveal unto you a great mystery. Ye stand between the abyss of height and the abyss of depth. 34 night awaits you a companion, and that companion is yourself. 35 ye can have no other companion. 36 many have arisen being wise. They have said, seek out the glittering image in the place ever golden and unite yourselves with it. 37 many have arisen being foolish. They have said, stoop down unto the darkly splendid world and be wedded to that blind creature of the slime. 38 that I go beyond folly arise and say unto you, achieve both weddings, unite yourselves with both. 39 beware, beware, I say, lest ye seek after the one and lose the other. 40 my adepts stand upright, their head above the heavens, their feet below the hells.
Only your mouth shall drink of a delicious wine, the wine of Iacchus. They shall reach ever to the heavenly kiss of a beautiful God. 33 33, I reveal unto you a great mystery. Ye stand between the abyss of heights and the abyss of depth. Before Elena awaits your companion, and that companion is yourself. 35, you can have no other companion. Many have arisen, being wise. They have said, seek out the glittering image in the place ever golden, and unite yourselves with it. 37, many have arisen, being foolish. They have said, stoop down unto the darkly splendid world and be wedded to that blind creature of the slime. 38, I want beyond wisdom and folly arise and say unto you, achieve both winnings. Unite yourself with both. 39, beware, beware! I say, lest ye seek after the one and lose the other! 49, stand up, race! To the angel, another to the demon. Let the first strengthen the lower link, the last attach more firmly to the higher. 42, thus shall equilibrium become perfect. I will aid my disciples as fast as they acquire this balance, power, and joy. So fast, or will I push them? 43. They shall in their turn speak from this invisible throne. Their words shall illumine the worlds. 44, they shall be masters of majesty and might. They shall be beautiful and joyous. They shall be clothed with victory and splendor. They shall stand upon the firm foundation. The kingdom shall be theirs.
Only your mouth shall drink of a delicious wine, the wine of Iacchus. They shall reach ever to the heavenly kiss of the beautiful God. 33. I reveal unto you a great mystery. Ye stand between the abyss of height and the abyss of depth. 34. In either awaits you a companion, and that companion is yourself. 35. You can have no other companion.
35. Many have arisen, being wise. They have said, seek out the glittering image in the place ever golden, and unite yourselves with it. 35. Many have arisen, being foolish. They have said, stoop down unto the darkly splendid world, and be wedded to that blind creature of the slime. 35. 35. 38. I who am beyond wisdom and folly, arise and say unto you, achieve both weddings, unite yourselves with both. 39. Beware! Beware! I say, lest ye seek after the one and lose the other. 40. My adepts stand upright, their head above the heavens, their feet below the hells. 41. But since one is naturally attracted to the angel, another to the demon, let the first strengthen the lower link, the last attach more firmly to the higher. 42. Thus shall equilibrium become perfect. I will aid my disciples as fast as they acquire this balance, power, and joy, so faster will I push them. 45. They shall in their turn speak from this invisible throne. Their words shall illumine the world. 44. They shall be masters of majesty and might. They shall be beautiful and joyous. They shall be clothed with victory and splendor. They shall stand upon the firm foundation. The kingdom shall be theirs. Yeah! The kingdom shall be theirs.
In the name of the Lord of initiation. Amen.
Out of the war song, Megastra, the supreme master and never the God light. Lead us.
Ash on the banner, smoke in my lungs, steel in my finger, blood on my tongue. I march through the thunder, boots cut the dust, name on my armor, burned into rust. Master of the burning dawn, I'll raise my broken hands. Like the tears that dark apart, lead me through these lands.
Master of the universe, roar inside my chest. I will wear blinding fire, honoring my Sky's split open, white scars of your will, shadows scatter when you say be still. I walk through the eyes fixed ahead. You turn our terror into roaring tread. Master of the burning dawn, I raise my broken hands. Light that tears the dark apart, lead me through these lands. Master of the universe, roar inside my chest. Roar will wear your blinding fire, all in my face. If I fall, let me fall in your glare. Let my bones spell your name in the air. If I rise, let it shake every crowd. Golden blaze, burn the night to the ground. Master of the burning dawn, I raise my broken hands. Light that tears the dark apart, lead me through these lands. Master of the universe, roar inside my chest. I will wear your blinding fire, armor in my flesh. Ash on the banner, smoke in my love, steel in my fingers, blood on my tongue. I march through the thunder, boots cut the dust, name on my armor, burned into rust.
It doesn't mean that generational trauma, you can't come out of it. There's like, you can't blame it on that because people come through it. And there's been generational trauma in all civilizations. I mean, you know, the Sparta fought, you know, I mean, you can go back to ancient Peloponnnesia or wherever you want to go. There's trauma, there's bad shit that happened, but how did they come through it? And why does all this
Master of the burning,
not able to get through the generational trauma, but other parts of history were able to? Am I making any sense what I'm saying?
Yes, and I think that there's two, that there's psychological trauma, and then there is like epigenetic. The ones that I remember from the Holocaust, those were the original jump offs for explaining the epigenetic intergenerational trauma, to explain how they were able to take a group of people and they knew that they were actually in the Holocaust, and they were able to determine as adults that they were in the womb in a certain place at a certain time during the Holocaust, because of the malnutrition that was put into that just created them. And then things were, I'm not a fucking epigeneticist. I have no idea whether this is still all, newly charted territory, which we're still describing today. But the point is they were able to figure that out. They would say, oh, look, this type of trauma changed the DNA methylation near the FKBP5 gene, and now we have children that we can identify, that we know just by looking at them and examining them, that they were part of, they were in the womb and they were this far along, of women during the Holocaust. So this is my point. And then there's a psychological trauma. See, and this is where it's interesting. I listened to Gabor Mate. I love Gabor Mate. He explained, that you can end generational trauma through one cycle, psychological intergenerational trauma, like for psychology trauma, like the psychology of the mother to pass down to the child. So you can psychologically correct that in one generation, meaning all the trauma that we have, that we get through the first levels of life, cognitive development, right? We can stop that today if we just learned what our issues were, and then we treat our kids properly and raise our kids properly and appropriately. But we're still figuring that shit out. Most people can't even decide whether corporal punishment is necessary or not, just irrespective of the massive amounts of overwhelming evidence that suggests that corporal punishment will harm your child's IQ, psychologically, self-esteem, all of these types of things. So my whole entire argument, though, is still, Abby, the one thing I wanted to say, back to what you're saying, the affirmative action, because this has been bothering me, though. The affirmative action, I really like. I didn't know about the 25-year thing. Thank you for teaching that to me and educating me on that. And I'm going to look into that more, and I really, really appreciate that, because I want to talk about that more. But the idea that that then sort of neutralized or it didn't create generational wealth, and that's what a lot of what the New Deal programs, that's what it built, and it didn't fix that. So the overcompensation for that doesn't exist, though.
Wait, pause. I do want to acknowledge we have Alistair and Beaver that just came in, and I want to thank you. We love you, white men, very much.
I just sent you those Science America articles. I sent you in messages. No, I mean, it's an interesting argument, but take a look at, I'll try to find you O'Connor's opinion, but you're looking for just, forget if it was the Bakke, Michigan case. Do you remember, Anne? That was out of University of Michigan, where affirmative action. Do you remember that? Yeah. That was one of the big cases. God, that could go back. You guys, it pushes me to remember constitutional law, because I don't remember all this stuff, but I do remember her opinion gave it 25 years. So I forget if they'd hit the 25 year on that time. I'll try to find it.
The Dutch Hunger Winter, that's what it was called. I was trying so hard to remember. The Dutch Hunger Winter.
But, in the grander scheme of things, none of us are owed anything. And I truly believe that we all get what we deserve.
You don't think Germany might owe my family a little?
I agree with that, Anne. I agree with that more than you know. I agree with that. I definitely don't think that we're owed anything, and we're not entitled to anything. But I feel that as a society, we could just... Oh, sorry, Mick said, you come through? You gotta get your mic stuff. We can't hear you.
Good. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, Mixed, there's no sound coming out of your mic, which is Mixed is one of my favorite people on this app.
Sorry, I was taking a look.
Matrix.
John, why do you need so many of your accounts in the same room? Why doesn't one do the trick? I'm just curious.
Well, because they're all streaming to different places. So, like, one streamer that, you know.
Can you guys not hear me?
Oh my god.
Wait, I'm trying to find the mini bar in the room as you guys are doing this.
Mixed, are you there?
I am.
Okay, go.
Go with what?
Oh my god.
You haven't said anything.
I said I was just going for a midnight scoot.
Oh, we didn't hear that part.
They're a lot of fun.
Mixed, how do you feel loved as a white man?
I feel grouped in with the white people.
As the majority of the country is. Bima, did you give Beaver and Alistair and Mixed their flowers?
This doesn't matter.
I gotta change Grandma.
All right, I found the mini bar.
That's the spirit. How you doing, Levy?
I'm good. I'm in Chicago right now. So, okay, mini bar. Got it.
Oh my God, you're in Chirac?
I am in Chicago.
Ooh! See you on Hinge. See you on Bumble, Abby. I'll swipe right for Jewish. I'll see you on Bumble soon. Gonna have to upgrade to 60 plus. What was that?
You cannot have a normal conversation. Do you ever have a restaurant, RPM? They had very good steak.
Yeah, it's very good. There's a new place on the river, which is, Oh,
running campaign for Mr. Kitover?
No, I'm here on Jew business.
Jew business. The Jubilee, of course.
Jubilee, yeah. Meanwhile, they closed the fucking airport in Chicago for 3 hours.
I just want to say good evening to everyone and definitely show my appreciation for white men. Speaking as a minority woman, I was married to a white man for 8 years and usually date and I just think it's pretty interesting how I don't like people to make excuses for what they can't do. I was raised military and it depends on how you're raised. You can keep the cycle going of making excuses for yourself and blaming it all on one race group. We're in America. I understand some parts of this country may be a little bit more difficult to maneuver, but you can pretty much overcome anything. And, I just wanted to say hello and show my appreciation.
Hi, and I'm not sure how to pronounce your...
It's Anna.
Anna? Okay. Hi, Anna.
Hi.
I love everything that you said. And, so do you... I guess the conversation, you've been here for quite some time. And I believe in self-responsibility too. And so and I'm sure you've heard of the white savior complex, and that in itself, I believe, is very harmful. And when people are saying that they're trying to do good, and to me, I think that it's actually does the opposite effect, and it's actually more harmful.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, it's either you do it or you don't. We're in America, there's a way to go around. It may be a little bit difficult for certain minorities and where you're from, but it depends. Like, for example, when I was growing up in grade school, the black guys were so mean to me. The only nice guys were Hispanic and white. And so even to this day, black guys are always mean to me. So, I mean, like, it just stems to how you were raised and where you come from and your mentality. I don't do the white guys with the cornrows, you know. I don't date them. But I'm just, my experience, it generally, people just make excuses to put things on the white man and the white race, period. So I just think it's, I mean, and you try to say something about it, and then there's always, you know, not even holding a decent conversation and going in circles. But from my experience, it is black men that are looking for a white savior, you know, and they're upset. They try to compete with the white man. They try to be equal with the white man. And instead of trying to compete, just work on your problems in your own community first, instead of looking outwards and blaming. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you so much for that submission.
You know what? Physical attraction for you? Well, mentally, and like I said, like even growing up in grade school and high school, for some reason, like I wasn't black enough, but I grew up with a pretty good mixture, and then like the majority white, little like mixed people. I mean, I live in a predominantly white area now, and being an Asian, but I don't have any problem. I just depends on it just depends where you go, you know. Yes, I do think white men are the most handsome, even though I've gotten like haters looks from white women, older white women in particular, but that doesn't bother me. Interracial, anything is going to get like looks, you know. But for the most part, I am in the Bay Area, and you know,
a lot of rich men in the Bay Area. A lot of rich men.
Yes. So, you know, I think white men are the most handsome men on earth. On top of that,
I guess you meant Beaver. Beaver, meet our.
Excuse me, Abby. Beaver's in a relationship with Bima. Alistair, I believe, is the only single male with no children. Sorry, but McZed's got 13 kids.
Oh my goodness. But I mean, on top of that, I think people are more comfortable with what they're familiar with. I have a white friend, she loves black guys, and that's on her. And we went out to a country bar, and she's like really uncomfortable. I've never seen anyone so uncomfortable around their race. And she's like, I wouldn't even know what to say around white guys or have a conversation. You know, she doesn't talk with a black accent. She has a normal job, but she just doesn't connect. And I think people connect with what they're more familiar, especially if white men were the main ones only that were nice to me in high school and middle school, then I think that also takes effect too.
So Abby, it's I don't know if you know this, but my father.
Oh, wait, 1 second. I'll hear it. My phone would come off mute. I just wanted to respond to so, do you see the attack as of like the past few years? The attack on white men.
I do. I mean, it started to happen very gradually as time gone by, and you know, the news like really. You know, the news just kind of makes things worse in a way, you know. They'll turn a story and make it twist it all in and put their own words in it, but I do see kind of an attack, categorizing all white men to be the same, like they think the same, they're all the same, and MAGA is just this big racist group, and you know, you have racist people on both parts, but you know, I just feel like the whole thing, especially as Trump, you know, I love my Trump, and he, as soon as he became president, it made it kind of worse on white men and, you know, like stereotyping and just trying to create a bad name. I've seen it. And I've heard it, like, from the guy I'm with now, you know, just kind of like, it was really indirect. He was at work and he said something like it was like a key fob, right? So he said, okay, I'll just fob my way through. And like the group of Asian people were like, oh, that's racist. And completely turned something like, for example, something so trivial, you know? So it just starts like that with stuff and the news. I think sometimes the news can add tension to that.
Well, yeah, at like paid activists.
Yeah.
Bima here believes in structural white racism. And she says that if every day we don't do something to help deconstruct structural white racism in America, we are the problem. So I'm just wondering, Ona, do you believe in structural white racism? And if so, what can I do today to help alleviate the structural white racism?
I think, I don't even know where to start with that one, but let me see. As far as that is concerned, I think it depends what state you live in. As far as that to alleviate it, just, you know, everybody has to start within, no matter what. I mean, you know what's inside of you, how you really feel about certain race, or if you are, if you're not. To alleviate that would be something that to see like a big change, that would take some time, like years.
Well, see, just me asking you was my contribution today. Thank you very little. I am complete.
Do you think that DEI is racist?
Yes, I do. I think it's very racist. People should not get jobs or get into colleges just by, because you're Hispanic or Black. You shouldn't. I mean, it should be your level. If anything, it's caused more discrimination. It's done the exact opposite, and it's made like the generations worse, where minorities feel like, oh well, I don't have to try so hard now.
Right.
I'm going to get accepted anyway, and which is not, because these are going to be the people that are taking care of us when we're old. So it's definitely a bad idea. California is real indirect, but I've never had a problem with I didn't even need, I could have done less without DI. I just received 2 promotions within the same year. So, and that wasn't because of DUI, because I worked my ass off and a lot of brain stress, you know, but I did it. I was stepping up before DUI even came about, but I just think it's geared to the younger generation in a negative manner, where they think they don't have to work as hard, or they can just take mediocre, you know.
It's a trophy, that sounds like just a saying, but that really is, like, that happens. Yes, there's setting the standard and bar is lowered, and let's continue to go that way. And it's sad, because then once you're
Yeah, I was raised military, so it's like my grandfather was a avionic mechanic in the Navy, my mom was working National Guard, and it's like my father got shot and killed by his ex-wife in front of my great-grandmother's house when I was 5. So my mom pushed, remarried, you know, everything was great, had no problems, and, you know, they taught me, like, you work hard, okay. Straight out of high school, I didn't go right to college, so I had like 10 years gap. Went to college, needed to take a class like 3 times. But you push through it. I think sometimes, like, especially certain minority groups, it's the parents that want to say, oh, well, it's okay. Well, what C is good enough. My mom always told me, like, when you're a minority race, you need to be an A. It doesn't matter. Sometimes you might get, you might see white people get a slap on the wrist. They're okay as a C, but you're a minority race and you need to be an A in everything you do. Yeah, it was a lot of pressure, but it depends how you raise. Like, you know, I think that's structure. So.
Do you think we should be centering white men in a thank you room for white men?
I'm sorry, what did you say, Alex?
I said the name of this room is White Men Appreciation. Thank you, white man. I'm just wondering, should we center a white man or should we center a black woman in this white man appreciation?
No, I mean, the conversation was basically, I did start off by mentioning like my appreciation for white men and how people should not, my whole point of sharing my story rather was to point out that other nationalities, Black, Hispanic, whatever, don't need to blame white men for problems, like for generational problems. That was my whole point. It depends how you grew up, and there's other people that grew up like that, but it's not good for minorities and Black people to constantly blame, oh, the white man this, the white man that. No, you can overcome and do what you need to do. Like, it doesn't matter. Like,
are you for ICE removing illegal aliens using violent force, 1,000 a day, 3,000 a day? Are you okay with ICE and Department of Homeland Security and Border Patrol using even lethal force to remove illegal aliens residing here in the United States of America illegally?
I love the Trump accent. Especially if they're criminals, yes, because I think things have gotten out of control, and especially Mexicans in particular can be some of the most racist people when they get here. They'll try to kiss white people's ass when they find out they're not equal to white people. They are like, even the Black people that, march for civil rights and for other minorities that have perks in this country, quote, quote. I just think that they should be, because it's like, if we were to go to another country, then we would have the same thing, if not worse. We wouldn't even get that far. So if you're coming here freeloading off everything, making the property property value go down, 10 people in one apartment, and then gangs and shit and everything else, and then everything has to be in Spanish, and it's like, we have to cater, like, we wouldn't get the same treatment. So yeah, the free ride is over. So my answer is yes.
Do you believe in capital punishment and executing those and making the punishment fit the crime?
It depends what it is. If it's anything to hurting children, yes. Absolutely.
That's kind of my sentiment too, Anna.
Yeah, you don't hurt children, I'm sorry, or animals. I am too.
Pit bulls. You know what just happened in my local community? It was so sad. A family, they got these two dogs. Two of their dogs had gotten out. They were older. They're like 16 and 15. And it's like the only time that they had ever gotten out. But they didn't register their dog with the city, and they didn't do rabies vaccinations, updates, whatever. So when the city got them, they were hefty fines. So it was like $1,000 for each dog. So they were able to get the first dog out with $1,000. So they went back to get the other, and instead of it was $1,000, they charged them every day throughout the week for boarding the dog, every day. And it went up in a period of, I think, like 5 weeks, because it just kept getting bigger and bigger, and they couldn't pay it off. They didn't agree to a payment plan. Then they finally get the money. And he said, we euthanized your dog last Wednesday. Dude, a 15-year-old sweet dog wanted to go home, and the city killed this dog. If I didn't want to dox myself, I would want this to go everywhere. There's an uproar about it here. It's absolutely disgusting. I just can't believe that happened. That's just so sad.
That's horrible. I hate to hear stories like that. It's so sad.
Yeah, and in those cases, that's when we say, like, I would be the other story. I would be the
story of the woman. She made news because her dog went to the city because it got out. They got a hold of it. Or there was like some dispute with the police, something, however the city got a hold of it. And she was just like, nope, not today. And she broke in that bitch and rescued her dog. That would be me. I'm sorry. Listen, I'll pay for the broken window. I'll pay for whatever I have to, I'll make it.
Oh yeah, I saw that. That was so heartbreaking. That was like so inspirational.
No, that was winning. She got it. I was so excited. That's what I'm talking about. And I don't advocate for that unless it's me. Everybody else, you stay law-abiding citizens.
That's an example of structural white racism.
I am telling you, everybody else needs to abide
You just
by the law.
exhibited structural white racism.
Only I, as an anarchist, can advocate for something like that, and only for myself. I don't advocate it for you, because you guys need to follow the law.
Shouldn't anarchists also watch their diet and exercise to prepare for the coming revolution?
Listen, you're not going to be.
Shouldn't you know what it's like to have a restricted caloric diet and maybe fast every other day? Because a true anarchist willing to go all the way would have to be like a soldier. No more chocolate bonbons or Pez dispensers.
I never eat that.
Oh, guess what? We got Rich here on my YouTube Live. He's saying, ask her if we should euthanize aggressive pit bulls. Wow, she wants to kill people for hurting a dog. Thanks, Rich.
So for clarification, what Rich is referring to is an argument that we had, and he was making the argument for collective punishment. He wanted to go the UK route, I quote, put the pit bulls in the doggy incinerator, unquote, go around and take people's pit bulls and, that's it, they're done. And I said, you cannot kill, take, harm a person's dog if they haven't committed a crime, just like a person. You can't have it, what I'm saying? Like if a dog if an aggressive dog got off of their property and they're killing a kid or attacking somebody, yes, you have every moral authority to defend yourself against a dog attacking. However, if anybody is going to come onto my private property and harm myself as a peaceful person who's never harmed another peaceful person or peaceful person's property, and neither has my dog, and you were to try to take my dog, yeah, I'm sorry. That's going to end in, you're going to be pushing up daisies.
We're all going to say that as dog owners. John, don't you own a dog?
I have owned dogs in the past, but now I am dogless.
Maybe that's your issue. Maybe that's
No, it's
what the
not.
problem
I don't
is.
have an issue. You got an issue, lady. The point is, I was going to tell you that
If you had a dog, your time would be different. Like how you.
Yes.
John.
Listen, I go to the gym. I read books. I sit in a hot tub. I cook a dinner. I sit at a nice restaurant. My schedule is already full enough.
John, what about if we did like we just got you a dog?
How about you just get a ticket for Friday for House of Blues for BBNOS? You won't regret it. It's the hottest Lollapalooza after party. It's going to be great. The foundation room is a VIP upgrade. But my sister, who has excellent karma points, told me to get a ticket to go to House of Blues Friday. And so myself and my minion, we're all going. And Rabboni Shalom, it's going to be an incredible evening. 10 p.m. post Lollapalooza. It's the hottest event in Chirac. Great security.
Is Lollapalooza now?
Yeah, it's this week.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Abby, such talent, totally right?
I know. But, maybe we do a GoFundMe and get him a dog. What do you think? John, do you like them little or big?
I would
I do not want a big dog. I want a hyperallergenic, like small to medium. Yeah, I'm down with that. But these dogs are very expensive nowadays. And
my dog was a fortune.
Yeah, I'm not
a
interested.
lot of money. I have a big dog. I have a big chocolate lab, but he was really expensive, and I had to fly to Georgia to meet him, and then I had to transfer him back. It was a lot of money. You don't need as big a dog.
So
Plus
Rich wrote that pit bulls are evil and they kill people all the time and they kill lots of kids. It's true.
Collectivist mentality. What kind of dog do you have, Bima? She was a beautiful American bully. Joe, and your dogs?
I do not. I did have a miniature dachshund. I love
Study this.
Joe has a dog, but Joe, are you still there? Do you want to say what kind of dog you have?
Beaver, you have a dog?
I love Joe's dog. Chico.
Sword? Anna? You guys have dogs?
Yeah.
I don't have a dog. I have 2 cats.
Why would I need a dog?
I'm mistaken. It's right out of here. I don't.
Or do you have a dog?
Nope.
Why would I need a dog? I got the Toyra.
I mean, I feel safe with my dog. Very safe. And I mean, he's got like a loud, hard bark, but he's a lab, you know. So if you came up to him, he'd lick you to death. But
yeah,
you know, they wouldn't hurt anyone. But it sounds scary when you're on the other side of the door.
Yeah, that's true. I've seen those videos where they test people's dogs to see how they respond to a break-in, and they always just mope away. They do not fucking attack. They do not stand their ground. They mope away and run away. That's what they do.
Well, I don't know if I want to share this story. I actually got sued from one of my prior dogs, same breed, chocolate lab, for he knew how to open doors, and someone was in my garage and he opened the door from the house to the garage. It's you know, one of the, like a latch, like a what do you call the handle where it's, you know, you push the handle down. I wouldn't know what the name of that kind of handle is. A lever handle. And pushed, you know, barked really loud and kind of, no one knows for sure how the person fell down, but the person was knocked to the floor and sued me. So, I mean, and that's a Labrador, which again, this was insured. Well, it's an interesting story, Sword. This is how our legal system works. And this is a lawyer telling you this. This was actually a trespasser in my garage, a trespasser. But even though it was a trespasser, I still had a duty. And they sued me. The back was broken. So it wasn't someone who was coming to rob. It was just someone that wasn't invited in, that walked into the garage. And my insurance, I really wanted to fight it. I wanted to argue that I should
fight everything.
But my insurance
fight everything.
Paid
always attack.
Actually, but it's interesting because the dog. I wasn't there, so I don't know. Whether the story was truthful or not, whether the dog actually, the dog didn't bite or anything like that, but the dog's barking and stance, you know, could have scared the person to have fallen, or whether the dog actually.
Another great story by Abby.
Yeah, that's the dog
Yeah, but the legal system will pay a trespasser.
Great story, Abby. Maybe you could share that story with us later tonight or even tomorrow. Thanks for sharing that. That was wonderful.
The one where the kid, I guess he was trying to steal a Tesla or something like that, and when he went to dislodge the charging unit, I think he got shot.
Great story, Abby.
Yeah, the mom wanted to sue the family because I think the kid died, and she was saying that the family should have had a safe charging station.
It's unbelievable, isn't it? I mean, okay, so you know, you have Like you have it's insane. You have a duty to, obviously we have duties to invitees or business invitees, the greatest duty, or what's the next level, the licensee. But to the trespasser, a lot of case law ends up giving them, still creating the liability for the homeowner. It's insane.
Well, what about a house on Clubhouse? You know, people spend so much time here defaming, slandering, and endlessly talking and listening to stupid bullshit all day long. What kind of liability could there be here on a social audio clown house app like Clown House?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
You know, Abby, my father used to run the Jewish Federation here in Chicago, not upstairs in the executive boardroom, but downstairs at the security desk with the rest of the cops. And he took over the Jewish security rackets in Chicago and elsewhere. And I just want to let you know, when you walk through that security gate tomorrow, be sure to tell those Chicago police officers, remember Jordan Kitover? He was the greatest front desk security guard this Jewish Federation has ever had.
My bad, it was the wrong one. So a 17-year-old stole a car, and while he was driving down the road, the brakes gave out, and the kid died in a car crash, and the mother sued the car owner, saying that they had faulty brakes. They should have took care.
Oh, come on. That's like that's like the McDonald's hot coffee one. Are you serious? Wait, what was the that they didn't have liability. There's no way. I did McDonald's hot coffee.
Farm He-Man! I have conquered Grayskull. The sword of destiny is mine.
Hey, man,
give me the power of the universe, master of the universe!
I did much more success. Also, insurance companies, because you can serve through the Secretary of State.
The power is mine! The power is mine!
Rather difficult. Would you agree? Let's say I get a judgment, but now I gotta track it down and get them to pay. Would you agree that when you're dealing with people that don't have much to lose?
You totally broke up for me. I didn't hear it. I don't think I heard it.
Especially when you're dealing with these quasi-state-regulated corporations. But when you sue like people individually, if they don't have much to lose, like you know, if you sue someone that
has no pocket, no deep pocket, or any pocket.
Yeah, they're like, we call it judgment proof, right? But yes. They can build their life to be judgment proof. It's very hard to collect. Would you agree with some people?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you can get lucky if they have homeowners insurance, and sometimes you can, like, try to get through that policy. And what's interesting is, and I was telling someone a story the other day about this, that you used to be able, in the old days, to collect even for intentional torts. So, you know, like let's say it's a defamation case or something, people could look to the liability in their homeowners, and it would cover them for incredible. So, like, it had a more sweeping coverage. And we had a story. I don't get into all the details of this, but as a very famous lawyer was banging the receptionist at the firm and gave her herpes, and she gave it to her fiance at the time, and they sued the lawyer for giving it to her for the negligence and for the tort, and his homeowner's insurance paid it. And I don't know today if all that stuff's carved out or not, if communicable diseases are carved out.
You mean to tell me that my motherfucking homeowner's insurance will pay for my herpes? Holy shit, baby! You goddamn cracked the law!
I'm trying to talk about this, but you know, there are ways. I mean, and that's assuming if someone's judgment proof, there's a good chance they don't own a home, and you know, you're not going to be able to get it through the liability insurance. And I don't know what tenants insurance covers. I doubt it covers any acts like that. But otherwise, you got to go through getting the judgment, and then when you get the judgment, doing the discovery to try to determine if there's any assets there. I mean and the only way you're really going to determine it is pretty much once you get that judgment, and then try to execute on it. It's not easy. Right. You know what I've been obsessed with this. I don't know. It keeps popping up on Instagram or Facebook. It must be a TV show. I've never seen the show though. Called Squatters. Of this guy that goes in as these people have taken over other people's homes to get them out. It's pretty wild.
Have you seen a 90 Day Fiance, Abby, or Ann, or Bima? Any ladies here 90 Day Fiance fans?
No, I have not seen that. But in the Squatters one, so it made me think of it, Joe, because these people are like amazing at bucking the system and figuring out all kinds of ways to
We are coming for the pit bulls.
Get legal protection to stay.
Pit bulls are dangerous.
And you've got to jump through a lot of hoops.
I still don't get out of your baby.
Get the eviction.
Yo, pit bull is my baby. Where is my baby? Where is my baby?
And try to execute.
Yo, pit bull is my baby. Your husband gave me herpes. I'm gonna sue your homeowner's insurance policy.
A fake
yes.
tenant at your house. You have to evict them from your house, even though you never actually signed. They're not actually a tenant of your house, but it's actually rather creative. What's the best way for someone to prepare themselves to?
Okay, so by the way, there was an amazing movie. Did you ever see a movie called Pacific Heights? What's the guy's name who played Batman? He was in the movie.
Michael Keaton.
It was
Michael Keaton.
Like, yes, Michael Keaton. They came into the house and they couldn't get rid of them. And it was this like really expensive house in Pacific Heights in San Francisco, and they could not. It became a nightmare, and they stole the title. Like they figured out a way to actually go in and steal title. It's hard, because if they file bankruptcy, you have to go in and get a stay from the bankruptcy court to, because they'll have a stay to stay any proceeding. They'll file, or the bankruptcy itself will stay any foreclosure proceeding or eviction proceeding for a period of time. And it matters where you live. Like if you live in a very blue city or a blue state, it's really hard to get people out.
That's facts. Democrats, they love them.
I just want to thank Abby
more known for referring to the only real and proper Batman, and that was Michael.
That's a fact. Another fact.
I also want to thank Abby.
Not Adam West.
Abby, thank you for contributing so much of your career towards white structural racism. I'm sure the casino industry has sucked many, many white people dry. I've watched documentaries on senior citizens that have lost everything and become destitute at multiple casinos in Vegas. So congratulations on contributing to white flight, white destitution, and the deconstruction of the structural white racist society. Thank you, Abby Esquire.
I heard that in the casinos that you can actually claim taxes. The amount of winnings.
Yes.
Yeah.
But they just changed the law. It's a very big deal right now because the big beautiful bill fucked us big time. You can write your losses against your winnings, so that you don't you have to report your winnings, but prior to the big beautiful bill, you can write all your losses against your winnings. Or you play with a player's card, they're going to track the losses. And if you play slots or like any of the video poker or whatever, you're going to have more losses than winnings. Unless you hit a mega jackpot or something. But the big beautiful bill only allows you to take 90% now of losses against wins. So which is a big deal for people that are gamblers, because that number you may not have realized the wins, but you still have to pay the tax on it. But
right. Well, honestly, your win-loss statement,
yeah, you understand what I'm talking about, Anne.
The positive, right?
It's never in the positive, but
and then the out taxes, if you get a big win, Michigan, it's 24% to the federal government, and then 4% to the state.
So you should never. But I'm not going to give you legal advice.
No, you're right.
But you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Don't ever have them.
Wait. I think I just gave you legal advice. I have to retract that.
But this 10% is significant. But yes, BEMA. So it used to be $1,200. Now it's $2,000 and up for any of the machines that you get at to take losses against it. Because we fought to try to get it over 5,000 based on the inflation when it was set at 1,200, like back in the 80s. But we lost and only got it up to 2,000. Now we're fighting to, try to have 100% losses against wins. But I don't know where that's at.
Abby, the country is currently $40 trillion in debt. You'd think maybe the casino industry could contribute just a little bit to paying off the deficit. What do you think, Dr. Abby?
We pay a shit ton of money in gaming taxes, especially in your state. My state's the gaming tax is lower, but our state is solvent. But I don't know what it is in Illinois. I should check. I wonder what it is in Michigan too. I mean, it's got to be higher. I think ours is the lowest.
Well, if you're in Chicago, get yourself a reservation at Maple and Ash. Don't sit downstairs with the losers in the sushi bar. Go upstairs for the full experience.
I've heard of that place, Maple and Ash. Are they in other cities too?
Ribono Shalom, I thought it was a Catholic restaurant.
I think the psychology of casinos with the machines is very interesting. That has made it was my first year of college. It was one of my very first classes, first semester that I ever went to. It's interesting. I remember everything like it was like yesterday. It was so vivid.
double rainbow, and I had this. It was a statistics class, and that class, first of all,
Physics is so hard, but
it was exactly. That's my first thing. It was the hardest class I ever took.
That's I know. I'm going to agree with both of you. Horrible.
That's so horrible, and it totally killed my love for lotto, scratchies, casino, everything. And because it was like a big, that was big around here. Like everybody did the scratch offs. Lotto was huge. It was the casino. There's like this casino, this race. Well, anyway, I don't want to talk to myself, but there were these big, and everybody would just, weekends out there. I took that class. It killed everything. And I got interested in, like, how could they, if this is true, how could people do this? How could people, and I read this study, it was a long time ago, and it talks about how all the little in the casino is designed so specifically and uniquely to do something, like the lights, the sounds.
Oh yeah, and now they have it implemented where like on a lot of slots you can't, because you used to be able to turn the sound off. You can't even turn the sound off.
Well, we can turn this up. I mean, I don't know how it is in Michigan. I mean, some of the places, and our slot houses, you can turn this.
There's slot houses.
Oh, yeah, you can't slots, but maybe in a big casino you can. You can turn the volume down a little bit though.
Do they have slot houses inside the slot houses yet?
Yeah, slot houses are 15 machines. The bars and the slot houses are 15 machines. Like when you go to a bar, built into the bar top, when you're sitting at the bar, is machines. They'll have 15 machines.
Abby, if you're an unemployed pseudo-intellectual commentator and political pundit here on Clubhouse, and you're unemployed and you're looking to get started in the gaming casino industry, what would you suggest they do? Should they delete the app? Should that be the first step in getting a job?
Can you imagine John as your dealer on blackjack?
I think it's so popular. Dude, you would get. You do.
Why do black people have nightmares?
For being like, I would go.
Because
know what I'm playing.
Because we shot the last one that had a dream.
Craps table, man. John.
What the fuck? It's confusing. Abby, is John an idiot or a genius?
I don't know. There's a level of savant there. John, you have to go.
Evan, I need checkout time. Does that sound about right? Sounds about right. And I was
so trade. Do you think you could shuffle a deck?
Well, I sued one of my former employers, this cunt bitch manager, who said, how big is your deck? Because we had to give a presentation, and it was just talking about a PowerPoint presentation. And I said, excuse me? She said, how big is your deck? And I said, are you asking me about my presentation, or are you making a sexual harassment claim? Or am I making the sexual harassment? And then immediately I told HR and hired an attorney and sued that bitch. And guess who she worked for? Eddie Lampert. So Eddie Lampert paid me $200,000 because of the negligence and the sexual harassment of that bitch, Darcy. That stupid fucking Catholic Opus Dei cunt, Adderall taken, teeth grinding, ugly former ballerina cunt.
Wow. I used to play blackjack and then they raised the table minimums, but that's not why I stopped playing it. But then because I always would sit down and I would ask how many decks, either 5 or 7, and just over time I know how to count cards, whatever. So then it came to a point where I would ask the dealer 5 or 7 decks, and they were saying, I don't know. And now, mind you, it seemed very odd that they wouldn't know how many decks that there were. So I'm like, or maybe the casino doesn't want to know how many decks are in the show.
They have to tell you how many are in the show.
Exactly.
They have to do that. And
That's what I guys stopped playing the tables. I mean, it became a trend. Like there wasn't. So obviously it was implemented where like no dealers anymore. No, they say I don't know, and it's like
I've never heard that.
Me either until then. It's like was like 4 or 5 years ago is when like they're like Dad, they just don't want you to know.
I don't. I mean, there are some places you go where they'll still deal from no shoe. You know, they'll show from the app.
Oh yeah.
They'll do 1 or 2 decks. I mean, the majority of the shuffle masters, the machine that's there. That's like 4 or 5 decks. They tell you, and they also we have to post our odds. I don't know that in Michigan the laws are different.
They don't post the odds, but like, I mean, we know in general the odds are not in our favor. But like,
yeah, but they don't tell you the odds. Like, they definitely.
Have you ever flipped over a scratch lotto ticket?
They tell you the odds on the table is when it's like progressive. But there's like the bonus bets of what the odds are of winning that bonus bet.
Have you ever looked at the back of a scratch lotto ticket? Because they actually tell you the odds and how much you have to bet just to break even. Yeah. When you read that, it's hard to believe people actually will sit there and fucking play scratch lottery tickets. It's crazy.
Do you know it's illegal in my state? It's in our state constitution. It's absolutely illegal to have a lottery.
Oh,
well,
yeah.
What's crazy is I just got off a cruise ship, and so you're in the casino. And by the way, there's very few places where you can play one deck. It's going to be, like Abby said, 4 or 5, 6 even, right? So, but then they have these like specialized lotto tickets. I'm like, let me see the back of this thing. Like, who's regulating this, right? Is this your own little lotto ticket game? Because you can scratch off and win a free cruise, right? What a wreck.
The casinos on the cruise ships are not good odds. Like this.
Well, I actually did you do well to gamble on the cruise ship?
Did they pay for your cruise? Did you do it as a comp or?
Well, for one, they don't, like, if you're, like, in Vegas or any, like, regular casino, they're not gonna, like, be so privy to, like, you showing your cards to the person next to you. I can hold my cards up. I can almost show all 5 people or however 6 people at the table, and nobody's gonna say shit to me. So then we increase our odds even more, right? So it's us versus you, and then the dealers are on your team too. It's very lax.
Have you ever seen the video? Wait, listen, hold on, buddy. Have you seen the video of the black woman who won like the $1 million at the slot machine? And she was like so happy. She was like, it was destiny. It was meant to happen. And then the casino manager tells her that it was a mechanical electric on the slot machine. Oh, that's got to be like devastating.
Yeah, that's ultimate. Yeah, like that's just like I just come unglued.
Now, should they honor that?
Oh boy.
What did she do? She got up and walked away from the machine? Is that what happened? What was...
Walked away from $1 million machine? What the fuck are you smoking?
I mean, there's lots of litigation over that. It happens with the malfunctions. And the casino refuses to pay. I mean, that's happened in lots of different jurisdictions.
That's so interesting. That would be so difficult for me because I see both sides, right? But the idea is I'm giving you this money and like the
witness
like I feel like
just
there
corroborated the time and the person of this receipt. Right? He 100% IDs the customer as Tyler Robinson. He 100% IDs Tyler Robinson's time there, when he got there, when he left, what he ate, right? 100%. This witness ties Tyler Robinson to this receipt, right? This witness needs to be deposed, he needs to be interviewed by the defense. He needs to be deposed, and he needs to be put on the stand.
You pushed me, and you should have paid me.
And then the prosecution and the defense need to check his credibility. If this witness is found to be credible,
And he comes up, and I'm thinking,
all of this is a lie.
And then he says, "No, sir, you're correct."
And this is just one witness.
You were wrong. He said, "Sir, would you like another
The
shoe?"
server
And just immediately I told him, said, "No,
who actually took his order that night, ID'd him as well.
I'm out, man. I'm out." And I'm actually.
You have two eyewitnesses that placed Tyler Robinson and Panguitch at 8:55 p.m. to 9:47 p.m. on the night of September the 10th. That means that
most casinos
this individual, these are either completely fabricated text messages. I'm leaning towards that, by the way. Or somebody was pretending to be Tyler on a different device
any of their obligation to pay
and
out.
texting Lance Twiggs.
So
But that would show up on Tyler's device, right? So it's been proposed to me that maybe Lance Twiggs was using a tablet that.
Brock, like next time you decide to go on a cruise, you can reach out to me if you want to do this. But there's a lot of junketeers that your cruise will, if you're going to gamble anyway, you might as well have them pay for your cruise.
Abby, I heard a
100%.
Abby, I heard a rumor about you. Is it true that either A, you dated Meyer Lansky, or B, you are Meyer Lansky's daughter?
Wouldn't that be amazing if you were related? You know, I have no relationship to him, but it's interesting that you bring this up because I got an email today from a friend on a documentary. See if I can find the name of this about Jewish gangsters and Nazis, and basically how they in New York they took Meyer Lansky and his crowd took these gangsters and they went in and busted up some of these Nazi meetings and literally beat up Nazis to scare them not to gather and not to meet. And they were asked to do that by the I don't know if it was the feds who asked them or someone in the State Department, but they were actually asked to go in, and they did. So it's weird. We were just talking about Meyer Lansky today because it was part of like some of the New York guys, and he was part of that of organizing that. It's pretty wild, but no relation.
Have you seen those? Because so I'm trying to think through it, Abby, and I think probably I'd lean on probably lean in favor of the casino, unfortunately.
Had Tyler's
I was just trying to
ID signed on it, right? You can have more than one device, and you can text from any of them on iMessage. But if Tyler was looking at his phone and somebody was texting Lance Twiggs pretending to be him, that would be pretty odd, right? You were watching a conversation happen that you were not participating in on your own phone. So I think that's out the door. I think that these were fabricated by the state, either by Celebrite, which has a documented history of injecting information into mobile devices, or
so what they do is they go in and
or they are taken on a different day, and they are being presented to us as if they are September the 10th. Those are the two plausible explanations. So I believe this kid. Okay, he's a hardworking young man in a fast-paced establishment from a small Utah town. And I found his testimony to be compelling, and the timestamp is corroborated by the owner. That's the right receipt, at least. And two witnesses say that receipt belongs to Tyler Robinson with 100% certainty. I believe that over this 100%. And I think a jury would too. I think a judge might have to. There's a reason why they didn't come out and say, well, this receipt doesn't belong to Tyler Robinson. We ran those numbers, they didn't match. There's a reason they didn't say that. I'll get into that maybe on a different day. So, yeah. Throughout the entire case, no one was able to ID Tyler Robinson, get his license plate, even his lover, his roommate/lover, could not 100% ID Tyler Robinson. But this kid could.
The one who helped him check out. And you were the one that helped him check out? So
you were the one that helped him check out. He ties it to the ID. He ties the receipt to the ID. He does.
I mean, there's definitely circumstances.
I don't need the card number. He just told me that receipt belongs to Tyler Robinson, and Tyler Robinson was in Penguin until 9:47 p.m. And if he was in Penguin at 9:40,
Can you explain, like, elaborate on your scheme?
It's okay. So it's a pretty common scheme. They're called junketers, and they. I actually know a very big one that's based in Florida, which I'm happy to get you the info on it. And they rep all these different cruise lines. So they will, I mean, they also rep land-based casinos as well. But you will often, you may have to deposit, when you go and you're playing in the casino, sometimes you have to deposit money in advance because they don't do markers.
Exactly.
Right. So you'd have to do like the deposit, which, for your markers in advance, and they'll pay for the whole cruise. And, because definitely if you're going to play anyway. And the guy I know that has the company in Florida, reps most of the cruise lines, like the NCL Celebrities, the New Virgin ones. My girlfriend did it through him on Virgin, Princess, Regent. I don't think he does like Seabourn and Silversea, or if that's still around. I don't know if he does that level. But wherever there's a casino, some of the more exclusive ships might have like a couple tables and a few slots, and I don't think he.
What do you think? Brock is like a retired attorney or something? This is a fucking fat ass alcoholic cameraman who can't pay his bills. You're gonna send him on a junket? This fucker can't afford nothing. What are you doing, Abby? You're trying to ruin this guy.
I'm sleeping that way.
I'm listening, and
I mean, essentially, if you like cruising and you're going to be playing anyway, you might as well.
Yeah, but just to understand me, like, for example, I just went on a week-long cruise, and I laid $300 down on the table, and, all the entertainment sucks there, right? Like, just from my opinion, right? So, if you're not going to the shows, you're going to the flight, you're going to the casino, right?
Hello?
So I go out to dinner,
Is that Necro, my campaign donor? Hey, Necro, can you send me another 5? I'm running for mayor.
That's great.
Hello?
That's great. It is, because they're not fair games on the cruise ships. They're pretty skewed.
So I say that to say that I use my, I don't throw a bunch of money. I don't have a bunch of money to throw at it. I just use my math skills. I'm really good at math. And then furthermore, like if someone gets up and leaves from the table, I'm not opposed to taking their seat. I'm not afraid to like win a couple hands and then run away. I just, I figure it out the best way I know how.
Sorry, Brock?
What's the question?
Like, do you do advantage play? Is that what you're talking about?
No, I only play one game. I did play like a few hands of blackjack, and then I did slap I think I used my free play at the slots. I don't do the slots. Slots are ass. I play this one game. I know it very well, and yeah, that's pretty much it. And then I know the odds.
Did you take markers at all?
No, ma'am. No.
So how'd you have your cash? How'd you have your cash to play?
I just brought it with me on board.
Did you use like an ATM there?
No, I got the cash from the bank, and then I brought it on board with me.
So what I think they do is they ask you to deposit in advance.
Yeah, they want you to load it to your account.
Right. But there's definitely companies to do it. There's this, as I said, there's one based in Florida that's very good. And they'll do like.
I guess the way I think is like once you let your money out of your hands, now you got to get it back. And so once you're on the boat, like it's so much work. I'll just rather bring the cash and say this is what I have to gamble, and that's it. I don't like when I run out of money, I run out of money.
You know, Brock, if you come to Chicago, I know this great junketeer on Michigan Avenue who does the 3-card money trick. Bring 500 in cash and pick the left card. You're going to win every time.
The junket business was such a big business for so long, feeding the properties. But I mean, they also do like Puerto Rico, the different resorts that have casinos there, and some of the island ones. I mean, not just the cruise ships.
I mean, is it true that the dreidel is the basis of all gambling?
I went to the new Celebration Key in Bahamas. It's freaking gorgeous. It's amazing. But the first place I stopped was the Cabana. I talked to the guy and I was like, hey man, if I want to catch a cab and go see basically the real stuff, he's like, you mean the city and like the way we actually work? I'm like, yeah. He's like, dude, they've designed this. He immediately said they've designed this place in a way that like, he's like, you're not going to want to walk there. He's like, it's like a 25-minute walk. And I'm like, I'm not doing that. Like everything around me is beautiful. My family is over there, but it's really, really nice. It is really nice. And I went to East Florida, and then Cozumel, I think for the 4th time. And I've been to Playa as well.
Did you get laid, Brock?
I was on one of the bigger ones out of their fleet. I was on the Mardi Gras. And the only reason we went on Carnival is because all the kids, really.
Did you get Did you get lucky?
6,300 people aboard.
God, that's a lot of people.
Did you get laid, Brock?
Huh?
Yeah. My thing with the cruise is like, I'm an outgoing person. I love the time with my family, but it's just, you're just hurting a bunch of Riri's, really, because there's 5,000 people behind you, but when you get to the location that we're all trying to get to, you just stop dead in your tracks. And then all you do is, it's so annoying just trying to share with everyone, I guess, is what I'm trying to say.
I mean, but you're not in ports where you're going on tours or anything like that. It's not like when you go on these cruises and especially the Mediterranean ones where you have a day in Rome and a day in Naples or whatever. I mean,
there's really not it's like
you're going to Nassau, right?
It's like 8 to 4, and you have to realize too, you're getting up and you're eating breakfast and you got to go through security, and by the time you get off, whatever, let's say it's 9, you guys nailed it. You still don't want to cut it close. You don't want to be a pier runner, right? You don't have a lot of time, but your time on land to me is a breath of fresh air from being stuck on that ship with everybody.
Right, but in some of these, the bigger the ships, the shorter their time. Feels like, I could be wrong on this, shorter the time in port. Especially on the European ones. I remember going with my family on one of the bigger ones, and one of the stops was Rome, and we had to be back on the ship at 5 o'clock. So we stopped in Civitavecchia.
Dinner.
Yeah, but then you get to Civitavecchia, you got to take, it's 45 minutes, 15 minutes into Rome, and you got to do that. Then you get there, and then you got to get back to the ship by 5. So it's a short day, especially my kids were small when we wanted to show them the Vatican and everything. I mean, if you do the touring, you don't have time.
I hate it. I've been to just over 20 countries, and my family not so much. But it's my family vacation. It's what they like to do. So I enjoy a lot the time that I have. Everyone being together. That's my favorite part.
But as far as the logistics and the concept of it all,
Please have 6 pedals.
up to Cruz.
I don't know. I mean, they don't sound.
This is a fascinating conversation and fabulous, but have you seen that Dr. Fauci's diary was released? All of our suspicions.
What's your feeling on it, John? On Dr.
I've called for the Sergeant-at-Arms and the Marshals to stand by and await for the imminent arrest of Dr. Fauci after Rand Paul shoves his fist down his faggot little throat.
I heard a commentator talking about it. Someone who worked in government that got called to Congress to testify because something in their diary was, I forget what the position was. I wasn't paying full attention to this, but something in their diary was very incriminating. And
They basically used the flu numbers as the COVID infection numbers, and he inflated and lied and said that the COVID infection rate was 10x that of the flu, which it wasn't. The guy is he's fucked. Like he's in big trouble now, and he's trending on Google. This Dr. Bowden does incredible analysis of all the documents that have been released. Rand Paul is tearing him apart. I mean, if they don't arrest him, or even, I mean, I know supposedly they've gotten control over like Pfizer and Moderna, but they're releasing this new vaccine cancer injection by Moderna. And it's like, how do they get approval for this shit? I mean, they think that they got to come up with a new vaccine to fix people who have adverse effect to the vaccine. And Fauci was also, he knew that the ventilators and the remdesivir or whatever was killing people, but he issued it anyways. And they're saying that he suffers from malignant narcissism and that he was on a medication because he was having anxiety attacks because of Rand Paul, and he's shaking so much. So he started taking this medication that was making him manic. But the whole thing is just one giant fucking cover up. And if they don't arrest him, I mean, and it just becomes like a legal issue, holy fuck. A senator can...
Wait, say this again. Wait, he was taking medication that made him
manic, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, in a pandemic, we got a manic national doctor. Plus, the whole thing is supposedly he's just like covering up for the Chinese, for who, for all. They literally wanted to make us into a platform medicine society where every single person would have to be vaccinated and you'd have to get your update. Like that was the dystopian future. We were going to go into that, and it's still like up for debate. They think that because fear is such a hell of a drug, they could do it again, and I believe it. It's coming again.
So the two statistics that I read that was pretty ridiculous was that they knew the death rate of it was 0.2%. However, Fauci went on record on these news stations saying it was a 1% of people that got infected and a 1% chance of dying. So he inflated the death rate by at least 5 times. And the other one was 10 of 12 of the scientists that worked on his team were all telling him that they came, that the virus likely came from the Wuhan lab. And then he went out on the Sunday talk shows and would say clearly that he's heard this conspiracy theory about the Wuhan lab, and it's just a bunch of BS stuff.
It's really wild. How old is he now?
He's 146.
Wow. I'm not sure how old.
I mean, is he 80?
But what constitutes crimes against humanity? I know. Do we have anything at the federal level of crimes against humanity?
Yeah, traitorship. I mean, what he did was traitorous. But Bill Gates is also at the center of all this, and his emails with Fauci, and even Epstein. Like, the entire COVID-19 experience, the lockdown, the shutting down of all businesses, the shutting down of society, the BLM riots, the mass vaccinations, the way they gave out the vaccines with lotteries. You know, you could win millions of dollars, get injected, and get it put into the raffle. Like total fucking groupthink, insane behavior, totally anti-American, but just total propaganda, nonstop, hardcore. And if you were on this gay retard clown app for lonely bored people, you heard the most obnoxious, horrible people that you wish you could have punched in the face. Like Dr. Copeland, the Army hero, putting COVID-19 vaccines in our patriots' hands, killing Rangers. And now they have Rangers on testimony coming out saying that they refused and resisted. And it's, you all know, if you took it, I feel bad for you. You got to have sour grapes. Everybody that has taken it has confirmed, yeah, I guess I didn't have to take it. I got sour grapes. You know, I have some adverse side effect. I was fucked up. Wish I never took it. Because it's not like taking, you know, a vitamin D shot or having a chicken chop salad and, you know, eating healthy food and going to the gym. It's taking a completely unnecessary medical intervention for the fucking flu. It's looking like whatever the lab leak is bullshit, that they just used the flu numbers because the World Health Organization said the flu disappeared from 2021 to 2022. It all became COVID.
John.
Not John. It's a fucking psyop. It's for retard faggots.
Two family members died from it.
Die from what? The vaccine or from the COVID-19 virus, supposedly?
From the virus. But what we don't know is how many people died, and they blamed it on the virus, like what those numbers were, the death numbers. I mean, the people that I'm talking about died from the virus.
If there's any like justice that I hope is served is crimes against humanity during that time. My dad died initially he had prostate cancer and then it metastasized and spread. He did get the vaccine, he got the Pfizer shot. He was required by Chrysler.
The food prices have soared at grocery stores around the country.
Prostate cancer, as we know, is like the most curable cancer for men. And I know in my gut, in my heart, like that the reason why it spread and metastasized is because like I just know, but there's no like proof of that, right? So, I mean, I know that there was obviously a virus, like to say that there wasn't, like there was it man-made? I truly believe that with my whole heart. And it was crimes against humanity, and they won't ever show the amount of people that died from getting the vaccine. There's like how it's so.
No, they have thousands of confirmed VAERS. Thousands of people in VAERS died upon impact of receiving it. I think it's like 3,000 is the official number or something.
People were putting it on their death certificates just for
car accidents, etc. It's a huge scam. It indebted this country. We've lost trillions.
Yeah, I don't know one case though where they found like an elderly person in their apartment dead because of COVID. It all transpired at the hospital or after they did. Did anyone ever hear of a person dying at their house from COVID, like the body being found?
No, it's interesting you say that. I mean, the two that were related to me, and an aunt and then my ex-husband's brother, were both in hospitals.
My uncle got double pneumonia. My aunt watched him die on an iPad from the waiting room. But then once he was in there for double pneumonia, they said he had COVID too. And then it's like, oh, it's compounding. And that's why. But I known him my whole life. You know, I thought he lived a terrible, unhealthy lifestyle. And that's what led him there. But I don't know, man.
I have a couple friends who had their grandparents die,
The statistical significance of the morbidity rate went way the fuck up after the vaccination, not from exposure or however the fuck this fucking monkey virus supposedly spread throughout the world, like the movie The 12 Monkeys or whatever. I mean, how does a fucking lab leak get into Africa from fucking Wuhan? How does it go all around the whole fucking world in 30, 60, 90? I don't fucking buy the story. And it's the fucking flu. They lied to us. They called influenza or the flu the fucking COVID-19 vaccine virus.
Do you remember in the beginning, right, that it started to manifest in northern Italy? Do you remember, like, all those crazy deaths?
Yeah, they're banging the pots and pans on their balconies, saying, "You are heroes, heroes," while they're doing their fake mortuary marches every night.
If you go to those towns in northern Italy were the production towns for jewelry and for leather goods, but mostly on the jewelry, and they brought in they had all these Chinese workers.
These have 6 petals, and in cross-section the flowers show the hexagram 6-pointed star, which is the symbol of the macrocosm.
Italy. But in the beginning, I knew one person who died in March, that first month. That's another, I forgot about that person. And he was a physician in Manhattan, a famous physician.
Do you know how many doctors that have come out?
Pick it up at the hospital. He went on.
Abby, do you know how many professional doctors, intellectual, intelligent doctors that are resisting their state medical boards and resisting Pfizer, Moderna, JJ, and risking their careers? They've been sued into oblivion. They've been blacklisted because they know that the vaccines are a scam and they have adverse effect, no positive benefits. I mean, it's just obvious.
I mean, I haven't had any negative effects so far from that vaccine.
Aren't you a faggot?
No, but I did too. I've had 5 shots of it.
You a faggot?
I mean, I had the Moderna, and I did it in the lawyers got first in line in Nevada, like right up in the beginning. So everyone was pushing to try to get it. I had it, the 2 shots you have to do like 2 weeks apart, and then I had boosters.
Yep, I talked to MDs literally from UCLA Medical School and from Cedar Sinai, and I've had just plain conversations with them, like, hey, what's going on with this? Is vaccine real? And they all, every single one of them said, yeah, it's fine. You should take it. I took it. So for all your
sorry to hear that.
For all your crazy.
When all the faggot retards I knew said to me, "Oh yeah, John, go out and get it," I knew right away not to get it.
The 100 more licensed doctors who took the vaccine and are fine.
But you saying this?
Can I just say that I've had?
So, Alexander, now we're on this. Have you read the Fauci diaries?
No, I haven't read the Fauci diaries.
Today, it's been all over, and no, Fauci lied about a lot of stuff, and that's what we're talking about. So to dismiss what we're talking about as conspiracy, you need to search up the Fauci diaries and find out all the lies that he
propagated, promoted, communicated.
Right.
I was just going to say that I was in Spain through that period. It was pathetic, And I heard what Alistair said. We used to go on the balcony every single day and applaud the police and the ambulances. They drove past us, and I don't know a single person that died in Spain, and I was there through the whole period. I also had the jab, the Pfizer one. My partner didn't. I got COVID 3 times after I had the jab. My partner has never had COVID, so I just thought I'd have that.
Yeah, so to use
It's
such a
just
strong word,
conspiracy.
an intellectual conversation is crazy.
I mean, intellectuals are strong.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Just think before you speak, and then also before you enter an intellectual conversation, just maybe not go so extreme with your words.
I didn't even go extreme, man.
That is extreme.
I would consider an intellectual conversation when you're talking about.
Listen, it's not going to turn into an argument, but like before you use the word conspiracy, like, would you just stick yourself with any needle and inject anything?
It wasn't just any needle. It wasn't just any needle, bro.
It was a super advanced research product.
You had it, like you also have medical advice. You rely on doctors. You listen to your doctors. I gotta just argue this one. I'm a professional. People pay me money. I'm licensed to give advice, and they rely on my advice, and they take action as a result of my advice. Same thing with this one. We rely.
Same thing. We need you in a courtroom. We don't.
Hold on. I gotta argue the other side of it. If you're finished, Anthony, I want to argue.
Yeah, no, I'm finished.
The other side of it is that's an appeal to credentialism, though. To act like when we're dealing with something that was so fresh and so new, and clearly did not go through the trials for the vaccine. I mean, clearly it would take many more, at least 3-4 years for them to even trial it out, and it was brushed over. To act like, well, the way it was held against us, and as if we were some sort of Cretan conspiracy theorists, like Alexander's saying, because we were skeptical from the get-go. I realized that there was a lot of people that fell for the idea of it, but we shouldn't be dismissed on our positions, because now what is coming to light is Fauci lied at extreme levels that affected the entire world.
Before you bring in Fauci, though, you used the word skepticism, right? So where does the skepticism lie? For me, it was whenever it was like I brought it up at dinner with my parents, and my dad said, "Son," he said, "there hasn't been a pandemic since whatever, it was decades ago." He made me look like a fool, right? But then the whole world, little by little, is on board. So when the whole world is on board with this, right? So we're all supposed to just shoot it up, man. That's what we're supposed to do. Hit me with it. No. So you have to take it. Yeah, I did not take it. Okay, that was wrong. It's not about, bro. This guy's the beast. That's the lie, though.
I had to take it. I had to take it, Joe. I had to take it because my mother passed away in Australia. And when Australia told the only way I could get into the country to go to the memorial actually for my mother was to take it. And people in Australia were forced to take it for their jobs. I don't know about America. If they didn't take the jab, they lost their jobs. Simple as that.
No, that's still a choice. That's still a choice. You aren't forced to take it.
How about how many businesses were closed because they were told that they were by the health department that they were not allowed to open their business, and I will say this, that so during that time when we're all in quarantine and no one could open up their business, it just so happened that the day after Thanksgiving, the big shopping day of the year, we were all in quarantine, but Black Friday, all of the Walmarts, the Best Buys, all of these stores were open for people to shop while we were all in quarantine. And because of that era, the amount of Amazon now takes over and a bunch of businesses have closed, gone bankrupt. It closed.
Yeah. No, I agree with that, and obviously it had a massive effect. I'm agreeing with him. I'm agreeing with her argument that it had a massive negative effect on our economy and a ripple effect. Okay, but we're talking about the actual vaccine, and I'm not talking to you right now. I'm talking to you. So, yeah, exactly. You don't have a valid I'm not talking to you. This whole conversation. Sure, faggot. Oh, bro. You sound like a bitch. Nobody's saying that. And I agree with you. You really want me to overtalk you? I'll overtalk you. That's fine. I can overtalk you. So basically, we were having a total conversation, and then you focus the whole flow of things, right? And you're not really making any valid points. No, nobody's shutting up right now. I'm not going to shut up. I'm going to continue to overtalk you until you talk. Bro, stop.
Wait,
yeah, exactly.
Well, the thing is,
I'm trying to keep it on track.
No, but I want to hear his response to me.
Yeah, well, it's gonna sound dumb.
Okay, so I agree with what you're saying, and I don't know why liquor stores were considered, liquor stores. Yes, liquor stores were allowed to remain open. I don't know why. That doesn't make any sense to me. But I guess because people.
We're not talking about liquor stores. You're talking about
You're not talking at all, actually.
What does liquor stores have to do with the vaccine itself?
No. Well, technically, that's right. I'm the one that changed the course of time.
Right. I
I
said
went off
that.
right, me.
And no one's talking to you, Brock. So why don't you shut the fuck up?
So where it was kind of counterproductive is they forced the doctors and nurses to have to take the vaccine, and if you didn't, then they would fire them. So we're actually lowering our workforce on helping get through the pandemic if they don't take the vaccine. So that didn't make any sense at all. And that was the big hang up about the ones that got forced to do it. So what do? You lose all your nurses and doctors that refuse. Here they are, they went months already going through all the procedure of the pandemic prior to the release of the vaccine. And now, once the vaccine's available, now you put down these draconian laws to say, and largely it was attached to any type of job that received federal money. So if you received federal money or federal contracts, you then had to take the vaccine as well.
And we have a teacher shortage. Now, and I don't know if any of you have kids, but my daughter, there's a teacher shortage. And so, they have people substituting that are not qualified for specific grades that are teaching these grades, and they're not qualified. This is awful. This is crimes against humanity. And this whole, I believe in the my body, my choice, in the sentiment that if it's my body, my choice, it's my choice to not get the vaccine if I die from COVID. But that's
not to mention the fact that we have the Privacy Act, right? That we all know that our health records are personal, right? But somehow that spills over into the business world, right? You could be a part of a Fortune 500 company. Everyone's talking. People will ask you, did you get vaxxed or did you not get vaxxed, right? They will say that to you in the workplace. Unacceptable. We all know that. But your answer determines your fate.
And you know what's so even crazy, Brett, to piggyback off you? So now, and I'll just say, my dad, he worked at Chrysler, was required to get the vaccine. Now, if you want a job at Chrysler, do you know that it's not, that you don't have to be vaccinated to get a job there? But if you were working there at the time and didn't get the vaccine, you no longer had a job. But now, in 2026, you don't need to be vaccinated in order to get a job.
Well, do you remember the 20 million illegal aliens that flowed over the border during the BLM riots? They didn't have to get vaccinated, and those huge fucking 200, 300,000 trains of people pouring into the country. Where was the concern with the mass vaccination for those people?
So I agree with a lot of your sentiments. I do believe, though, that we're looking at it. We're looking at it we're looking at it into the past, right? And hindsight is 2020. If we can kind of try to.
No, we're not. You weren't on Clubhouse in 2021, bro.
I was on Clubhouse in 2021, bro.
You gotta let him.
Hindsight, man.
Here's the deal, Brock. You have to let them speak. We're not going to do this shit and shut people's conversation down.
I appreciate that. From what I remember, it wasn't that long ago. I'm sure you all remember as well. We didn't really know what this was, right? We didn't really know what COVID was. We kind of were figuring it out as we went along. People were dying. I saw the hospitals. I have friends who are nurses. They told me that what was being reported was true. So that was real. People were dying in large quantities, and something had to be done. Now looking back at it, obviously a lot of mistakes were made. Obviously we overreacted, and clearly there was probably a better way to do it. But in the moment, we really kind of were in the dark. So I can't look back at it like with so much.
But they were
disagree. So
people were playing Russian roulette with people's lives. You understand that?
Yeah, dude.
Right. So that carelessness, people need to be held accountable for that.
But they didn't know.
But nobody's in the dark. But he stays in the dark.
Let me offer
Sorry,
an anecdotal story. Yeah, let me offer an anecdotal story. My uncle died in the hospital because they attacked. It was early on. It was like March or April.